Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the Vale of Fallen Stars, where celestial fragments lay scattered like luminous tears across ancient stone, Gandalf stood motionless, his weathered staff casting long shadows in the ethereal light. The air itself seemed to shimmer with whispers, not the mundane whispers of wind through leaves, but the echoing voices of stars that had plummeted from their heavenly perches. Each crystal sang its own melody, a fragment of a cosmic symphony that only those versed in the deepest magics could hear. The wizard's eyes, ancient as the mountains themselves, narrowed as he knelt beside a particularly brilliant shard. Its song spoke of terror, of a desperate flight from the heavens, of gods moving in haste through celestial corridors. This was no natural phenomenon. These stars had not fallen. They had been cast down. "They're getting louder," came a voice from the shadows. Shadow himself emerged, a figure clothed in obsidian leather, his face bearing the marks of one who had walked dark paths and lived to regret them. Once an assassin for the Order of the Eternal Eclipse, he now sought redemption in the light of fallen stars. The crystals. Their songs grow more urgent with each passing night. Gandalf nodded slowly, his beard catching the starlight like spun silver. Indeed. They sing of ancient bindings weakening, of chains forged by the gods themselves beginning to crack. His fingers traced the air above the crystal, drawing forth ribbons of light that danced with memories older than time itself. "I walked these paths once, Shadow, when the gods still deigned to walk among us mortals. In the Hall of Stars, where heaven and earth met in harmony, a distant rumble interrupted his reminiscence, and both men turned to watch as another star fell, trailing azure fire across the night sky before crashing into the distant mountains. Its impact sent tremors through the earth, and new songs joined the celestial chorus songs of warning and desperation. "The Order moves quickly," Shadow warned, his hand instinctively touching the scars where he had burned away their mark from his flesh. "They believe collecting these fragments will grant them power to extinguish all stars, plunging the world into eternal darkness. But that's not the true danger, is it?" Gandalf rose, leaning heavily on his staff. "No, the truth is far graver. Each crystal we gather weakens an ancient prison, one that holds something that should never again see the light of day or the darkness of night." His eyes grew distant, remembering scenes from thousands of years past. "The gods did not abandon us, as so many believe. They sacrificed their direct influence over our world to maintain this prison, using the very stars themselves as chains. Together, they began the arduous task of collecting the fallen stars, each crystal adding its voice to the growing chorus in Gandalf's enchanted satchel." Shadow moved with the silence his name suggested, while Gandalf worked with the deliberate precision of one who had performed cosmic magic since the world was young. Their journey took them through landscapes transformed by celestial impacts, crystalline forests where normal trees had been transmuted by stellar energy, valleys where gravity itself played strange tricks, and ancient ruins now glowing with newfound light. Each fragment they collected revealed another piece of the cosmic map leading to the Hall of Stars, and with each piece, the weight of their task grew heavier. They were not alone in their quest. The Order of the Eternal Eclipse had dispatched its most dangerous adherents, shadow priests who could bend darkness itself to their will, and void mages who drew power from the spaces between stars. More than once, Shadow's intimate knowledge of their tactics saved the unlikely pair from ambush. They trained us to believe we were working toward a pure world, Shadow explained one night, as they camped beneath a cascade of falling stars. That darkness was the natural state of all things, and that light was an aberration to be corrected. He laughed bitterly. How could we have been so blind to think that extinguishing the stars would bring anything but destruction? Gandalf's response was interrupted by a sudden change in the crystal's song, a harmonic convergence that made the very air tremble. From his satchel, he withdrew the collected fragments, watching as they arranged themselves in a complex geometric pattern, floating in the air before them. The map is complete, he breathed, ancient knowledge flooding back into his mind. The Hall of Stars. It's not above us in some unreachable realm. It's beneath us, in the very heart of the world. The final descent into the Earth's depths was a journey through time itself. Ancient stairways carved by hands that had crumbled to dust eons ago led them ever downward, past walls inscribed with warnings in languages even Gandalf could barely remember. The crystal's song grew to a deafening crescendo as they approached their goal, the combined light of the fragments revealing a door that seemed to be made of pure starlight. But they were not the first to arrive. The Order of the Eternal Eclipse had followed them, led by the High Eclipse herself, a woman whose beauty had been sacrificed to darkness, her eyes now vacant pools of void. The old wizard and the traitor, she purred, her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. How fitting that you should be here to witness our moment of triumph, your moment of catastrophic error, Gandalf corrected, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. The stars were not meant to be gathered thus. Their fall was orchestrated by the gods themselves, each one carefully placed to maintain the prison of something far older than light or darkness. The High Eclipse laughed, a sound like breaking glass. The chaos eternal. Yes, we know of the ancient one you gods imprison. Its freedom is precisely what we seek. Only in the unmaking of all things can true peace be found. What followed was a battle that would have been sung about for ages, had there been anyone left in the depths to witness it. Shadow's blades danced with deadly precision against his former comrades, while Gandalf wielded magics that had not been seen since the world was young. The collected stars sang their battle song, their light clashing with the manufactured darkness of the Order. In the end, it came down to a choice. The High Eclipse had managed to breach the star-forged door, revealing the chamber where a being of pure chaos strained against bonds made of starlight. Each crystal they had collected had weakened those bonds, and now the ancient entity was nearly free. Gandalf, drawing upon knowledge older than the mountains, began a spell that would use the gathered star fragments to forge new chains, but there was a cost. The spell would require a living anchor, a soul to bind the magic for all eternity. Shadow understood without being told. "This is my redemption, isn't it?" he asked quietly, even as he moved into position. To trade one prison for another, there is no imprisonment in willing sacrifice, Gandalf replied, his voice thick with emotion. You will become one with the stars themselves, a guardian rather than a prisoner. The spell, when it came, transformed the chamber into a new cosmos. Shadow's form dissolved into pure light, merging with the star fragments to create chains that would hold for another age of the world. The High Eclipse and her followers were banished to the spaces between stars, their power broken by the same light they had sought to extinguish. And Gandalf, last witness to an age of wonders and terrors, sealed the chamber once more. He alone would remember the truth that above every twinkling star in the night sky, a fragment of a noble soul kept watch, maintaining the bonds that protected the world from chaos unbound. In the Vale of Fallen Stars, the crystals still sing their songs, but now they sing of sacrifice and redemption, of darkness turned to light, and of bonds both prison and liberation. And sometimes on the clearest nights, those who know how to listen might hear a familiar voice in the starlight, keeping its eternal watch over the peace so dearly bought. Story 2. The Bridge of Worlds hung suspended in the ethereal void, like a dream made manifest, its crystalline pathways connecting 5 distinct realms across the impossible expanse of nothingness. Gandalf stood at its central nexus, his ancient eyes tracing the familiar patterns of runic magic that pulls through the structure's transparent walls. Something was wrong. The runes that had blazed with eternal light for millennia were growing dim, their power fading like dying embers. The wizard's weathered hand passed over the nearest wall, feeling the vibrations of magic that had once sung with the strength of 1,000 suns now trembling like a fearful whisper. How long? He murmured to himself, watching as another rune flickered and dimmed. How long until the barriers between worlds begin to crack? A shadow moved in his peripheral vision, too deliberate to be natural, too graceful to be threatening. 3 days, came a voice like silk over steel. The eastern spiral will fail first, then the western arch, and finally the central spire. A figure emerged from the shadows as if born from them, a woman dressed in shades of twilight, her eyes holding secrets like stars hold light. Arya, Gandalf acknowledged, not turning from his inspection. I wondered when the greatest thief of memories would take interest in the bridges failing. His voice carried no accusation, only a weary acknowledgement of inevitable paths crossing. She moved to stand beside him, her presence disturbing the air like ripples in a still pond. The Void Weavers are returning, Gandalf. You know this as well as I do. The question is, how much do you remember of their first arrival? Now he did turn, fixing her with a gaze that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. You've stolen memories from one who knew. Arya's laugh was soft, but held no mirth. I've stolen memories from many who knew, including some that you yourself chose to forget. She raised her hand, and in her palm swirled a small orb of shifting silver light, a captured memory, its contents swirling like smoke in glass. Would you like to see? The memory, when it unfolded before them, showed a younger Gandalf standing before a council of beings wreathed in starlight, the original architects of the bridge. They spoke of a threat that could unmake reality itself, of the Void Weavers and their desire to merge all realms into one eternal kingdom of their own design. As the memory faded, Gandalf's grip on his staff tightened. I chose to forget this? You chose to forget much, Arya replied, producing more memory spheres, each containing fragments of a past deliberately abandoned. The Void Weavers were not defeated, as the histories claim. They were merely delayed. And now they return to complete what they began millennia ago. Together, they began to walk the bridge's paths, passing through regions where reality itself seemed to bend and fold. Each realm connected by the bridge had its own signature, the crystalline spires of the celestial kingdom, the endless storms of the tempest realm, the living forests of the green domain, the burning cities of the fire courts, and the depths of the ocean sphere. 5 realms, 5 realities, all held in precarious balance by the bridge's ancient magic. The Weavers believe unity brings strength, Arya explained as they walked. They see the separation of realms as a flaw in creation's design, one they intend to correct by forcing all realities into a single, unified whole under their control, under their dominion. You mean, Gandalf corrected grimly. Such a merger would destroy the unique essence of each realm, creating something. Monstrous, their investigation led them deeper into the bridge's structure, where the fundamental magics that maintained reality's barriers were anchored. Here, in chambers never meant for mortal eyes, they found evidence of the weaver's subtle sabotage strands of void magic slowly consuming the bridge's foundational runes like cosmic rust. But it was in the Chamber of Convergence, where all 5 realms' energies met and mingled, that they made their most disturbing discovery. The weavers had not just been weakening the barriers, they had been harvesting the energy of each breakdown, storing it in crystalline matrices hidden throughout the bridge's structure. They mean to use the bridge's own power to force the merger, Gandalf realized, his voice heavy with the weight of understanding. The very magic that keeps the realms separate will become the tool of their unification, Arya nodded, her fingers dancing through the air as she extracted more stolen memories, showing them moments of the weaver's previous attempt, the devastation, the chaos, the near destruction of all reality. But there's something else, she said quietly. Something in these memories that even they don't know. The final memory she revealed showed the true purpose of the bridge, not just to connect the realms, but to maintain a delicate balance of forces that prevented reality itself from unraveling. The separation of realms wasn't a flaw. It was a necessary condition for existence itself. Time grew short as the runes continued to fade. The Void Weavers, sensing their plan was discovered, emerged from their hidden places between reality's beings of shadow and starlight, their forms constantly shifting between states of matter and energy. The battle that followed was fought not just with magic and steel, but with the very fabric of reality as a weapon. Gandalf wielded spells that could reshape space itself, while Arya used her stolen memories as weapons, forcing the Weavers to relive their ancient defeat again and again. But it was not enough. The bridge continued to fail, and the barriers between realms grew thinner with each passing moment. In the end, salvation came not from power, but from understanding. Arya, drawing upon thousands of stolen memories, realized that the bridge's magic could be renewed, but only through sacrifice. The original architects had used their own life force to power the eternal runes, and now a similar price would need to be paid. The memories, she said, looking at her collection of stolen moments. All of them, all at once. Enough life force to recharge the runes, enough power to restore the barriers. Gandalf understood immediately. You would lose everything you've gathered. All your power, all your stolen knowledge, Arya smiled, and for a moment, she looked unburdened by the weight of countless borrowed memories. Perhaps it's time these memories returned to the universe anyway. The ritual, when they performed it, was both an ending and a beginning. Arya's collection of memories, the accumulated experiences of countless lives, flowed into the bridge's foundation like liquid starlight. The runes blazed anew, stronger than ever, and the Void Weavers found themselves caught in the surge of renewed power, scattered back to the spaces between realities. In the aftermath, Arya remained herself, but changed, no longer the greatest thief of memories, but perhaps something more valuable, a guardian of the bridge, her own memories now a small but precious collection of moments that were truly hers. And Gandalf, watching the renewed bridge shine with eternal light, understood that some memories were worth keeping after all, not stolen or forgotten, but preserved as reminders of the price of wisdom and the power of choice. The bridge of worlds still stands, its crystal paths glowing with renewed purpose, connecting 5 realms that remain gloriously, necessarily separate. And if travelers sometimes glimpse a figure in the shadows, watching over the bridge's eternal runes with knowing eyes, they might remember the tale of the memory thief who gave up infinite knowledge to preserve the very fabric of reality itself. Story 3, in the Mountains of Eternity, where glaciers danced with volcanic fire in an ancient, deadly ballet, Gandalf stood before the prophecy wall. The ancient runes carved into the black ice glowed with an inner light, their message unchanged through millennia. When the dragons of frost and flame awaken from their eternal slumber, their battle shall rend the world asunder. His weathered hand traced the symbols, feeling the pulse of magic that had preserved them through countless ages. The air itself seemed torn between extremes, one breath bringing the bite of Arctic winds, the next carrying the scorching heat of underground magma flows. Here, at the nexus of elemental forces, Gandalf had hidden one of the fragments of the crown of Balin centuries ago, believing it would be safe in this realm of perfect opposition. He had been wrong. The tremors had begun a fortnight ago, subtle at first, barely distinguishable from the regular rumblings of the volatile mountains. But Gandalf knew better. Deep beneath the ice, the dragon of frost stirred in its ancient sleep. And far below, in chambers of liquid fire, its eternal counterpart, the dragon of flame, began to wake. The crown must be whole again, he murmured to the winds, his words carrying the weight of ancient regret. Though its power nearly destroyed us once before, is that why you shattered it? The voice came from behind him, young, but carrying an old power in its undertones. Karn stood there, his silver hair whipping in the harsh mountain winds, his eyes holding an inner fire that marked him as something more than human. Is that why the dragon lords were hunted to near extinction? Gandalf turned slowly, studying the young prince with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of ages. You understand, then, who you truly are. Karn's laugh was bitter as the winter wind. The last of the dragon lords? Yes. The dreams began when I turned 16, memories not my own, of riding the winds between ice and fire, of wielding powers that could reshape the world. His hand went to the medallion at his throat, an ancient piece that showed two dragons intertwined. This was my father's final gift before he disappeared. Now I know why, together, they began the treacherous ascent toward the crown fragment's hiding place. The path wound between sheets of black ice and streams of molten rock, requiring precise timing and no small amount of magic to traverse safely. As they climbed, Gandalf shared the true history, how the crown of balance had been forged in an age when dragons and humans worked together to maintain the world's equilibrium. The crown wasn't meant for control, he explained as they paused on a relatively stable ledge. It was a tool of harmony, allowing the dragon lords to maintain peace between the elemental forces. But power breeds ambition, and ambition breeds conflict, the great sundering. Karn nodded, recalling his dream memories. When one faction of dragon lords sought to dominate rather than balance, their conversation was interrupted by a tremendous crack that echoed through the mountains. Far below, a glacier split, revealing ancient scales of deepest blue. At the same moment, a volcano erupted, its lava forming patterns that looked disturbingly like a sleeping serpent of fire. They're waking faster than I feared, Gandalf muttered, quickening his pace. The fragment alone won't be enough. We'll need to gather all pieces of the crown from the elven forests of the east, where summer never ends, to the dwarven depths of the north, where winter holds eternal sway. They reached the hiding place as another tremor shook the mountains. The cave entrance was marked with runes of warding that flared at their approach. Inside, preserved in a column of perfectly balanced ice and fire, floated a segment of what had once been the world's most powerful artifact, a curved piece of metal that seemed to shift between burning gold and frozen silver. As Karn approached it, the fragment resonated with his presence, the dragon blood in his veins calling to its ancient magic. But before either of them could claim it, shadows materialized from the cave walls, the void cult, servants of chaos who had long sought to upset the world's delicate balance. The battle that followed was fought with both magic and steel. Gandalf wielded his staff with the skill of millennia, each gesture sending bursts of pure force that knocked cultists off their feet. Karn discovered that his inherited powers were more than dreams. Fire and ice answered his call, swirling around him in a deadly dance. In the heat of battle, something unexpected happened. As Karn's powers manifested fully for the first time, the crown fragment responded, breaking free of its containment and flying to his hand. The moment he touched it, visions flooded his mind, not just of the past, but of the future. He saw the dragons not as physical beings, but as manifestations of the world's fundamental forces. Their awakening wasn't a precursor to destruction, but a desperate attempt to restore balance to a world tipping toward chaos. The prophecy, he gasped, even as he used his newfound powers to freeze a cultist in place. We've been reading it wrong all this time. The dragons aren't going to fight each other, they're trying to reunite. Gandalf, sending the last cultist flying with a blast of magic, turned to him with sudden understanding. Of course, the ancient text doesn't say their battle will destroy the world. It says their battle will rend it. Karn finished. Tear it apart, yes, but only to remake it anew. Like a forest after a fire, or new growth after a frost, their revelation came not a moment too soon. The mountains shook with increasing violence as the dragons continued their awakening. With the crown fragments secured, they began their desperate race against time to gather the remaining pieces before the world's primordial forces broke free of their ancient bonds. But now they understood their true mission. The crown of balance wasn't meant to contain these forces, but to guide them. And Karn, last of the dragon lords, wasn't meant to be their master, but their interpreter, a bridge between the primordial powers of creation and the world that had forgotten how to listen to them. As they left the mountains of eternity, Gandalf looked at his young companion with new eyes. In Karn, he saw hope for a future where balance could be maintained not through force or control, but through understanding and harmony. The dragons would wake, yes, but their awakening could herald not an ending, but a new beginning if they could complete their quest in time. Behind them, fire and ice continued their eternal dance in the mountains, but now it seemed less like combat and more like cooperation to halves of a whole, waiting to be reunited. The prophecy of destruction might yet become a prophecy of renewal, guided by the last dragon lord and the wisdom of an ancient wizard who had finally understood that some powers aren't meant to be contained, only understood. Story 4. The ancient forest of thorns loomed before Gandalf like a wall of living darkness, its twisted branches reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers. Tendrils of mist wound through the thorny undergrowth, carrying whispers of ancient magic and forgotten promises. Here, at the edge of the cursed woodland, the wizard could feel the pulse of something primordial, a power as old as the earth itself, and twice as dangerous. Behind him, the lands he had traveled through lay withering under the grip of a mysterious plague. Villages empty of all but the dying, fields turned to ash, and waters that ran bitter with corruption. The magical malady had spread like wildfire through the free lands, leaving destruction in its wake, and all his considerable powers had proved useless against it. "You seek audience with me, old one?" The voice seemed to come from the forest itself, resonating through wood and thorn. The very branches of the forest shifted, forming a crude face in their twisted patterns, the visage of the Thorn King, ancient guardian of these cursed woods. Gandalf stood his ground, staff planted firmly before him. "You know why I have come. The plague that ravages the lands beyond your domain. You know its nature." The face in the thorns twisted into what might have been a smile, though it held no warmth. "Indeed. I know its beginning, and I know its end. The question is, what price are you willing to pay for such knowledge. "Name it," Gandalf replied, his voice hard as stone. The forest stirred, branches creaking like ancient bones. "The Scepter of Seasons, stolen from my realm centuries ago by the Iron Mages. Return it to me, and I will give you the means to end the plague." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. The Scepter of Seasons, he had helped hide it himself, knowing its power was too great to remain in any one being's hands. "You know where the Iron Mages dwell," the Thorn King continued. "In their fortress of living metal, high in the Iron Spine Mountains. You know their leader, Thorin the Ruthless, for he was once your student." Memory flashed through Gandalf's mind, a young man with eager eyes, hungry for knowledge, perhaps too hungry. "Thorin is not what you believe him to be," he said carefully. "His actions, though harsh, have purpose. His purpose matters not to me," the Forest King hissed. "The scepter is mine by right, taken from me through treachery. Return it, or watch as the plague consumes all you hold dear." The path to the Iron Spine Mountains was treacherous, but Gandalf knew ways hidden from mortal eyes. As he traveled, signs of the plague's spread grew more evident: withered forests, poisoned streams, and skies that seemed drained of color. Yet strangely, the closer he got to the Iron Mage's fortress, the less evidence of the plague he found. The fortress itself was a marvel of magical engineering, towers of living metal that shifted and moved like liquid mercury, yet harder than diamond. At its gates, he was met not by guards, but by Thorin himself, his once dark hair now streaked with silver, his face bearing the weight of terrible knowledge. "I wondered when you would come," Thorin said, his voice carrying echoes of the young man he had once been. "You've seen it then? The plague that spreads across the lands. The Thorn King claims to know its cure," Gandalf replied. In exchange for the Scepter of Seasons, Thorin's laugh was bitter as winter frost. "Of course, he does. Because he is its source." He led Gandalf to a chamber deep within the fortress, where windows of enchanted crystal showed views of the surrounding lands. "Watch," he commanded, waving his hand. The images shifted, showing the progression of the plague from its beginning. "It spreads out from the forest of thorns," Gandalf observed, his suspicions growing. "Yes," Thorin nodded. "But look closer. Look at what it doesn't touch." The images shifted again, showing patches of land mysteriously untouched by the plague, forming a pattern that Gandalf recognized with growing horror. "A ritual circle," he breathed. "On a massive scale, the Thorn King prepares to wake them," Thorin confirmed. "The primordial titans, sleeping beneath the earth. The plague is not a disease, it is the first stage of their awakening, as their dreams poison the land above. The Scepter of Seasons is all that keeps them in their slumber. Understanding dawned like a cold sun." "You didn't steal the scepter," Gandalf said slowly. "You rescued it. Prevented him from using it to wake the titans, at great cost," Thorin agreed, pulling back his sleeve to reveal flesh slowly turning to iron, the price of containing the scepter's power. "But now he grows impatient. The plague is his attempt to force our hand, to make us return the scepter out of desperation. The choice before them was terrible in its simplicity: return the scepter and cure the plague, but risk the awakening of beings that could destroy the world. Or retain it and watch as more innocent lives were claimed by the magical malady." But Gandalf had not lived for millennia by accepting false choices. Together, he and Thorin devised a plan both desperate and cunning. Using the Iron Mage's mastery of metalcraft and Gandalf's ancient wisdom, they forged a replica of the scepter, not to deceive, but to reveal. When presented to the Thorn King, its enchanted metal would resonate with the ritual circle he had created, exposing the true nature of his schemes. The confrontation, when it came, shook the very foundations of the Forest of Thorns. The Thorn King, revealed in his true form as an ancient priest of the Titans, fought with all the power of his corrupted domain. Thorns became spears, trees became armies, and the very earth sought to swallow the intruders whole. But Gandalf and Thorin stood their ground. The Fall Scepter, powered by Thorin's sacrifice and Gandalf's wisdom, acted as a focus for their combined power. It drew forth the poison of the plague, revealing it as strands of the Titan's influence reaching toward the surface world. In the end, it was not force that won the day, but understanding. The knowledge contained in the true Scepter of Seasons showed them how to transmute the Titan's influence, turning death into renewal. The plague became a cleansing fire, burning away corruption and leaving fertile soil in its wake. The Thorn King was diminished, but not destroyed, bound now to serve as a true guardian of his realm rather than a harbinger of destruction. Thorin's sacrifice was honored, his flesh remained part iron, but this union of man and metal became a symbol of the balance between nature and artifice. And Gandalf, watching as new growth sprouted from plague-ravaged soil, was reminded once again that the greatest victories often come not from power, but from the wisdom to know how to use it. The Forest of Thorns remained a place of mystery and danger, but now its thorns served as a warning rather than a weapon, guarding the sleep of powers best left undisturbed. Story 5. The crystal spires of Thalir pierced the evening sky like shards of frozen starlight, their eternal radiance casting rainbow shadows across the ancient city below. For millennia, these crystalline towers had illuminated the realm with their unwavering light, a testament to the power and wisdom of those who had first raised them from the living rock. But now, as Gandalf stood atop the highest tower, he could see what others had yet to notice: the light was dying. It began subtly, like a candle flickering in a breeze that wasn't there. One by one, the smallest crystals were growing dim, their once brilliant light fading to a pale echo of its former glory. With each passing night, the darkness crept further into the city of eternal light, bringing with it shadows that had no place in this realm of perpetual radiance. You feel it too, don't you? The voice came from behind him, ancient and resonant. Morbius, his old friend and mentor, emerged from the spiral staircase, his silver robes catching the fading crystal light. The weakening of the barriers, the dying of the light, Gandalf nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the darkening horizon. Something is wrong, old friend. These crystals have burned bright since the First Age. They should not simply fade, but Morbius's response was lost in a sudden, terrible sound, the sharp crack of breaking crystal. Both wizards turned to witness one of the medium-sized spires, a tower that had stood for thousands of years, simply go dark. The crystal's light didn't dim gradually like the others. It winked out like a candle being snuffed, leaving a dark void in the city's luminescent skyline. In that moment, Gandalf saw something in his old mentor's eyes, not surprise or concern, but satisfaction. And in that fleeting expression, 1,000 small details suddenly aligned in his mind like pieces of a terrible puzzle. "This is your doing," he whispered, grip tightening on his staff. "You're not here to prevent the darkness. You're here to ensure it." Morbius's smile was cold as the void between stars. "The crystals are not what you think they are, old friend. They are not mere lights in the darkness, they are prison bars. Prison bars holding back a power greater than you can imagine." The truth, when it finally emerged, was more terrible than Gandalf could have imagined. The crystals of Thalir were not merely sources of light. They were the crystallized tears of Luminar, the god of radiance, shed when he sacrificed himself to imprison an ancient darkness. Each crystal that died released not just its light, but a fraction of that imprisoned power. As Gandalf raced to prevent more crystals from failing, he found an unlikely ally in Ravix, a shadow dragon who appeared in the darkening skies above Thalir. The great beast, it turned out, had once been human, a scholar who had witnessed Luminar's sacrifice and been transformed by proximity to such divine power. Morbius doesn't understand what he's unleashing, Ravix explained as they soared between the crystal spires, his dark scales reflecting the remaining light like obsidian mirrors. He believes he can control the darkness, use it to reshape the world according to his vision. But the void cannot be controlled, it can only consume. Together, they discovered that each crystal contained not just light, but memory. The gods' tears had crystallized moments of divine consciousness, preserving them through the ages. As each crystal died, those memories were released, slowly reconstituting the gods' awareness. The final battle took place in the heart chamber, deep beneath the central spire, where the largest crystal pulsed like a star brought to Earth. Morbius had prepared for this moment for centuries, gathering the energy of each dying crystal, weaving it into a spell of unimaginable power. "Can't you see?" he called to Gandalf as they clashed, spells of light and shadow turning the chamber into a maelstrom of magical energy. The world needs the darkness. It needs the void to balance the eternal light. But Gandalf had learned the true nature of balance from his time with Ravix. Balance is not achieved by destroying one extreme in favor of another, he countered, his staff blazing with pure light. It is found in understanding both, in maintaining the tension between them. The solution, when it came, was not what any of them expected. The memories contained in the crystals showed them that Luminar's sacrifice had not been to imprison the darkness, but to transform it. The god had not been fighting the void, he had been trying to teach it consciousness, to give chaos a way to understand itself. In the end, it was Ravix who made the final sacrifice. As a being of both light and shadow, he could serve as a bridge between the dying god and the awakening darkness. His transformation became a channel through which understanding could flow both ways. The crystals did not return to their former glory. Instead, they found a new equilibrium, still bright, but now containing shadows that danced and shifted within their faceted surfaces. Morbius, his grand plans undone, chose exile in the spaces between light and darkness, perhaps finally beginning to understand the true meaning of balance. And Gandalf, standing once again atop the highest tower of Thalir, watched as the city adjusted to its new nature. The eternal light had been transformed, but not diminished. Now, the crystal spires cast ever-changing patterns of light and shadow, creating a dance of radiance and darkness that was more beautiful, more true, than the uniform brightness had ever been. In the years that followed, travelers would speak of how the city of eternal light had become the city of living light, where shadows and brightness played together in endless patterns, and where, on quiet nights, one might hear the whispered conversation between a god's memories and the conscience of the void, their dialogue carried on the shimmer of crystal light and the rustle of dragon wings. And sometimes in the deepest hours of the night, those with the wisdom to look closely might see a dark shape wheeling between the crystal spires, not a threat, but a guardian, ensuring that neither the light nor the darkness would ever again seek to exist without the other. Story 6. The ancient fortress city of Luminar rose from the misty valleys like a dream carved in stone and starlight. Its legendary crystal spires, which had protected the realms of men for 1,000 years, caught the dawn's first rays and scattered them in rainbow cascades across the white walls. But Gandalf the White saw what others could not. The light within the crystals was dimming, their once brilliant song fading to a whisper. As the last surviving member of the White Council, Gandalf alone recognized the gravity of what this meant. These were no ordinary crystals, but the stellarium's ancient artifacts forged in the First Age from captured starlight and the tears of the Valar themselves. Their power had kept darkness at bay since the fall of Sauron, forming an invisible barrier that evil could not penetrate. In the great library of Luminar, surrounded by scrolls that crumbled at his touch, Gandalf discovered references to the crystal's creation. The text spoke of a great dragon, Araxes the Starweaver, who had taught the first crystal guardians the secret of forging these magical gems. The dragon was said to still dwell in the eternal Twilight Mountains, though none had seen it for centuries. As Gandalf prepared for his journey, a figure emerged from the shadows of the library, a man in weathered leather armor, with eyes that held both wisdom and sorrow. "The dragon you seek," he said, his voice rough as stone, "is more than just a legend." He introduced himself as Thorn, a dragon hunter who had tracked Araxes for years, though not to slay it. There was something about Thorn that tugged at Gandalf's memories, something in the way shadows seemed to cling to him, even in direct light. But the urgency of their mission left no time for deeper investigation. The crystals were failing more rapidly now, their light flickering like candles in a wind. Their journey took them through lands that had been shaped by the crystal's protection, verdant valleys where ancient magic still lingered, forests where the trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues. Each night, Gandalf noticed how Thorn would stare into their campfire with an intensity that spoke of hidden burdens. It was during their ascent of the eternal Twilight Mountains that Thorn finally revealed his truth. Under the light of a moon that seemed close enough to touch, he showed Gandalf a pendant. He wore a black crystal that pulsed with an inner darkness. "I am the last descendant of Sauron," he said quietly. "My ancestor tried to destroy the stellariums, believing they trapped the world in stasis, preventing it from achieving its true potential. The revelation should have set them at odds. But Gandalf saw something in Thorn that others had missed, a genuine desire to right the wrongs of the past. Together, they continued their climb, their path growing steeper and the air thinner until they reached a plateau bathed in eternal dusk. There they found not just Araxes, but an ancient temple complex built around the dragon's resting place. The dragon was magnificent, its scales shifting between deep purple and starlit silver, its eyes holding the wisdom of ages. But it was not sleeping as legend had claimed. Instead, they found it maintaining an ancient ritual, its very essence being used to keep something at bay. The truth, when it emerged, was both beautiful and terrible. The crystals had not been created to keep darkness out, but to keep it contained. When Sauron was defeated, his essence had not been destroyed, but transformed, turned into a power that could either destroy the world or transform it into something new. The stellariums were prisons, and Araxes was their jailer. But now came a greater revelation, one that shook even Gandalf's ancient understanding. The power within the crystals was not meant to be contained forever. Like a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis, it needed to be released at the right moment in the right way. The crystals were not failing. They were completing their purpose. The threat came not from the crystals dimming, but from within the order of crystal guardians themselves. Their leader, believing the release would bring destruction, had begun a ritual to forcefully preserve the crystal's power, an act that would freeze the world in stasis forever. In the chamber of the first crystal, with Thorn's dark crystal resonating with its siblings throughout Luminar, Gandalf faced a choice. The power could be released naturally, allowing the world to change and grow, or forcefully contained, preserving the current age in eternal crystalline perfection. The battle that followed was fought not with swords or spells alone, but with understanding and wisdom. Thorn used his inherited connection to the dark power, not to claim it, but to guide its transformation. Gandalf, with his ancient knowledge of the world's music, helped weave the discharged energy into a new pattern, not a prison of crystal, but a network of light that would guide rather than constrain. Auraxis added its own power to their work, its starfire helping to transmute the released energy into something new. The dragon had not been merely guarding the power, but preparing for this moment across the centuries, waiting for the right souls to help complete the transformation. When it was done, the crystals did not shine as they once had, but the world itself seemed brighter. The power that had been contained was now diffused, subtle, but present everywhere, accessible to those with the wisdom to use it properly. The age of crystal fortresses was ending, but a new age of distributed magic and shared power was beginning. Thorn found his redemption not in rejecting his heritage, but in transforming it into something that could help rather than harm. He became the first of a new order, not guardians of crystals, but guides who would help others understand and use the newly released power wisely. Gandalf often returned to Luminar in the years that followed. The crystal spires still stood, now more as monuments than fortresses, their subtle glow a reminder of how protection can come not from walls and barriers, but from understanding and transformation. And sometimes on quiet evenings when the stars began to shine, those who listened carefully might hear a harmonious blending of notes, the deep resonance of the ancient crystals, the bright song of newly transformed power, and somewhere in the twilight mountains, the wise music of a dragon who had helped guide the world into a new age. Story 7. Deep within the whispering forest, where ancient trees grew so tall their crowns were lost in perpetual mist, Gandalf the White discovered a grimoire bound in silvery bark that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. The book had called to him in dreams, its pages flickering with memories. He couldn't quite grasp fragments of his life before he was sent to Middle-earth as one of the Astari. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath as he opened the ancient tome. Its pages revealed the existence of 9 mystical portals, each containing a fraction of the original power of the first Astari who had walked these lands. As Gandalf's fingers traced the illuminated text, a figure emerged from between the trees, an elf with hair like starlight and eyes that held the depth of centuries. "I am Celestial," she said, her voice carrying the echo of leaves in the wind. "The last of the Valar to remain in Middle-earth." Though few remember this truth, she spoke of the portals as if they were old friends, each one hiding a piece of a puzzle that could reshape the very nature of magic in Middle-earth. But they were not alone in their quest. The Shadow Conclave, a brotherhood of necromancers led by the enigmatic Morthal, had also learned of the portal's existence. Their dark arts allowed them to raise armies of the dead, and they sought the portal's power to tear open the veil between life and death itself. As Gandalf and Celestial journeyed to the first portal, hidden in the ruins of an ancient observatory high in the misty mountains, each step seemed to awaken something in Gandalf's ancient memory. The portal itself was a thing of beauty, an arch of pure starlight embedded in stone, its surface rippling like water in moonlight. When Gandalf stepped through, he was flooded with his first recovered memory, his original name, spoken in the halls of Valinor before time itself was counted. The power that flowed through him was both familiar and strange, like meeting an old friend who had changed beyond recognition. Each subsequent portal brought new revelations. In the depths of the glittering caves, the second portal showed him the moment he was chosen to join the Astari. Beneath the waters of the long lake, the third revealed the true purpose of the wizards coming to Middle-earth, not just to guide and protect, but to prepare the world for a transformation that would bridge the gap between the mortal and immortal realms. But with each portal they reached, the Shadow Conclave grew closer. The dead they commanded were unlike any Gandalf had faced before, warriors who retained their skills from life, enhanced by dark magics that made them nearly impossible to destroy. Celestrial's power proved invaluable, her light cutting through the shadows like a blade through silk. As they journeyed on, Gandalf began to suspect that Celestial was not all she claimed to be. Her knowledge of the portals was too intimate, her power too precisely matched to their needs. The truth revealed itself at the seventh portal, hidden in the heart of a dead volcano in the east. She was not one of the Valar at all, but rather a creation of their combined will, a being formed from pure light and purpose, sent to guide him on this journey. The realization should have felt like betrayal, but instead, it filled Gandalf with a deep understanding of the Valar's wisdom. They had known he would need more than just recovered memories to face what was coming. The final confrontation came at the ninth portal, standing like a door of pure darkness in the heart of a fortress that had once belonged to the first necromancer. Morthal and his conclave had transformed the ancient stones into a temple of death, where the barriers between worlds had grown paper-thin. But as Gandalf faced them, with all 8 portions of recovered power flowing through him and Celestial by his side, he understood something the necromancers did not. The portals were not meant to be used as weapons or tools of power. They were keys to understanding, each one revealing not just memory, but wisdom. In the battle that followed, Gandalf did not fight with just magic, but with the full weight of his recovered identity. He was no longer simply Gandalf the White, but a being who remembered standing in the light of the first dawn, who had helped sing the world into existence. His staff became a conduit for power that made the very air sing with ancient music. Morthal's darkness was considerable, his necromancy enhanced by dark rituals and forbidden knowledge. But against the pure light of creation itself, shadows could only flee or be transformed. The choice Gandalf offered was not destruction, but redemption, a chance for the dead to truly rest and for the necromancers to understand the natural order they had sought to overthrow. Some chose destruction, vanishing into the void they had so long courted. Others, including Morthal himself, chose transformation, their darkness becoming part of the natural cycle of death and rebirth that governed all things. The ninth portal's final revelation was perhaps the most profound, showing Gandalf not just who he had been, but who he might yet become. The Valar had not sent the Astari to Middle-earth simply to fight evil, but to help guide the world toward its next great transformation. Celestial's form began to fade as the last portal closed, her purpose fulfilled. But her light had become part of something greater, a reminder that even beings of pure purpose could change and grow. The grimoire that had started their journey turned to silver leaves in Gandalf's hands, scattering on a wind that carried the scent of distant shores. In the years that followed, those who knew where to look might catch glimpses of the portal's legacy in the way starlight seemed to linger longer in certain ancient places, or in how the barriers between the seen and unseen world had grown just a little bit thinner. Gandalf himself was changed, carrying not just recovered memories, but a deeper understanding of his role in the great song that had shaped, and would continue to shape, the fate of Middle-earth. And sometimes, on nights when the stars burned particularly bright, those with the wisdom to listen might hear echoes of that original music, the song of creation itself, now enriched by countless new harmonies, as Middle-earth slowly prepared itself for its next great becoming. Story 8. High above the clouds, where the air grew thin and the stars seemed close enough to touch, the floating city of Valinor Minor drifted like a dream made manifest. Its crystal spires caught the light of dawn, casting rainbow shadows across courtyards where fountains defied gravity and gardens bloomed in impossible patterns. Yet even in this marvel of elven engineering, something was amiss. Gandalf the White stood at the edge of an ornate balcony, his keen eyes noting the subtle tremors that ran through the city's foundations. The enchanted mechanisms that had kept Valinor Minor aloft for millennia were failing, though few among its inhabitants had noticed the signs. But Gandalf had felt it a disturbance in the ancient magics, like a discordant note in an otherwise perfect symphony. A mechanical guardian approached him, its crystalline form catching the morning light. Unlike the other constructs that served the city, this one moved with an uncanny grace, its gestures almost organic. The lower levels grow unstable, Mithrandir. It said in a voice like chiming bells. I am Chronolith, and I have watched these disturbances grow worse with each passing day. The golem's consciousness intrigued Gandalf. Such awareness in a construct was unprecedented. Together, they descended through the city's layers, past the grand promenades and noble quarters, down into levels that had been sealed for so long that even the elves had forgotten their purpose. As they ventured deeper, the architecture changed. The graceful elven designs gave way to older, more primal patterns. The walls bore scorch marks that no ordinary fire could have made, and the air grew heavy with ancient power. In these forgotten depths, Gandalf began to understand the true purpose of Valinor Minor. This city, he mused, running his hand along symbols that predated the First Age, was never meant to float at all, Chronolith's crystalline form pulsed with blue light. No, it confirmed. It was built as a prison. Their exploration led them to a vast chamber at the city's heart, where massive enchanted engines pulsed with fading light. But behind these mechanical marvels lay something far older, a containment circle of immense complexity, its runes telling a story that made Gandalf's ancient heart grow cold. Within these walls slumbered the last Balrog to walk Middle-earth, not slain, but captured by the combined might of elves and Istari in an age-long past. The floating enchantments were never meant for mere beauty or pride. They were part of an elaborate containment spell, keeping the demon suspended between earth and sky, trapped in an endless dream. But now the creature was stirring. As if in response to this realization, the city shuddered violently. Chronolith steadied Gandalf as the floor beneath them trembled. The containment spells weaken, the golem observed. Soon they will fail entirely. Gandalf noticed something curious about the way the magical energies flowed through the chamber. The Balrog's prison drew power not just from the elven engines, but from the creature itself, its own fiery essence, used to maintain its chains. It was an elegant solution, but one that had an unexpected consequence. The Balrog has changed, Gandalf said softly. Millennia of being part of this spell have transformed it. Its fire no longer burns with destruction alone. He could sense it now. The creature's essence had become intertwined with the very magic that kept the city aloft. Its dreams had shaped the floating gardens. Its restless energy had powered the fountains. The beauty of Valinor Minor was, in part, a reflection of how the Balrog's nature had evolved during its long imprisonment. But they faced an impossible choice. The containment spell was failing, and when it did, the city would fall. Yet attempting to strengthen the prison might destroy the delicate balance that had allowed the Balrog to change. Chronolith's crystalline form flickered with understanding. Perhaps it suggested there is a third path working together. Gandalf and the conscious golem began an intricate spell of transformation. Instead of reinforcing the prison or allowing it to fail, they would attempt to merge the Balrog's evolved essence with the city itself. It was dangerous work. One mistake could release the creature's destructive potential or send the city plummeting from the sky. As they worked, the chamber filled with light and shadow. The Balrog stirred in its sleep, its form becoming visible within the containment circle, a being of fire and shadow. Yes, but now shot through with threads of crystal and starlight. Its wings, once made of flame and darkness, now shimmered like the aurora. The space between sleeping and waking became the moment of transformation. The Balrog's consciousness expanded through the city's network of enchantments, no longer contained, but transformed. Its fire became the sunrise reflecting off the crystal spires, its strength the very force that kept the city aloft. In the days that followed, the inhabitants of Valinor Minor noticed subtle changes in their floating home. The gardens bloomed with greater vigor, their patterns more intricate than ever. The fountains sang new songs, and sometimes, in the quiet of dawn or dusk, the very air seemed to pulse with a deep, contented slumber. Cronolith remained as guardian, but now it watched over a city that had become something entirely new, not a prison, but a fusion of architecture and spirit, of order and chaos in perfect balance. Gandalf often returned to Valinor Minor in the years that followed, each time finding new wonders in the city that floated between earth and sky. The Balrog still slept, in a way, but its dreams now gave life to one of the greatest marvels in Middle-earth. On his last visit, standing on the same balcony where his journey had begun, Gandalf shared a quiet moment with Cronolith. Sometimes, he mused, watching the sunset paint the crystal spires in shades of flame, the greatest wisdom lies not in maintaining the barriers between light and shadow, but in finding ways for them to coexist. The golem's crystalline form caught the light of the setting sun, throwing rainbow patterns across the ancient stones. And sometimes, it replied, the most beautiful transformations come not from conquest or control, but from allowing change to flow like water, finding its own path through the air together. They watched the stars emerge above a city that had become a living testament to the power of transformation, where what was once imprisoned had become the very essence of freedom, and where ancient enemies had learned to dance together in the space between earth and sky. Story 9. The northern winds howled across the frozen wastes like ancient spirits mourning their forgotten lands. Gandalf the White stood at the edge of a frozen cliff, his robes whipping in the bitter wind as he gazed upon the ruins of what had once been the Temple of Eternal Frost. The moonlight cast an ethereal glow on the ice-encrusted stones, revealing fragments of runes that still pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light. It was here, among the frozen remnants of a civilization long lost to time, that he first heard the child's cry, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very ice itself. Following the echo through chambers of crystalline ice and ancient stone, he found her huddled in the temple's inner sanctuary, a small girl, no more than 7 winters old, with silvery runes blazing across her skin like starlight on snow. The child looked up at him with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "The Aurora hunters are coming," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "They seek to wake him." Before Gandalf could respond, the air crackled with tension. The Aurora hunters had indeed followed the child's trail shadow, clad figures wielding spears of crystallized darkness. Their leader, a tall woman with frost-white hair and eyes like shards of ice, stepped forward. "Step aside, Mithrandir," she commanded. "The child is the key to awakening the ice drake of the ancient world. It is foretold, but as the hunters approached, something extraordinary happened. The runes on the child's skin began to glow brighter, and suddenly Gandalf found himself swept into visions of the past, his own past, memories of Valinor that had been locked away in the depths of his immortal mind. He saw himself standing before the Valar, accepting his mission to Middle-earth, but now he glimpsed more, a prophecy spoken in whispers about a child who would be born with the power to either save or destroy the world of men. In that moment of clarity, Gandalf made his choice. Raising his staff, he created a barrier of pure light that held the Aurora hunters at bay. "Run," he commanded the child, who darted past the ancient pillars with the grace of a snow fox. What followed was a perilous journey across the frozen northlands. The child who called herself Arya revealed more of her visions during their quiet moments around enchanted fires that kept the deadly cold at bay. She spoke of Gandalf's arrival in Middle-earth, of battles he had fought and forgotten, and of a greater purpose that had been hidden even from him. The Aurora hunters pursued them relentlessly, their numbers growing as they recruited ice wraiths and frost giants to their cause. But they weren't the only danger. The very land itself seemed to be slowly freezing, as if an ancient curse was gradually turning the world to ice. Through Arya's visions, Gandalf learned the truth about the Ice Drake. It wasn't a monster as legend claimed, but one of the last great guardians of Middle-earth. A creature of immense power who had sacrificed itself to hold back an evil far greater than Morgoth himself, an ancient force of winter that sought to freeze all of creation. The Drake had not been imprisoned, but had willingly entered a state of eternal slumber, its power forming a barrier that held the winter force at bay. The Aurora hunters, in their misguided wisdom, believed that awakening the Drake would give them the power to fight the spreading cold. They didn't understand that the Drake's sleep was all that stood between the world and eternal winter. As they journeyed deeper into the frozen lands, Arya's runes began to shift and change, revealing their true nature. They were not merely markings, but fragments of an ancient spell, a key not to wake the Ice Drake, but to strengthen its protective slumber. Their path led them to the heart of the greatest glacier in Middle-earth, where the Ice Drake lay suspended in a cathedral of blue ice. The Aurora hunters caught up with them there, led by their white-haired leader, who was revealed to be Arya's own mother, driven by a desperate desire to save her people from the encroaching ice. But as the hunters moved to seize Arya, the child stepped forward of her own accord. "Mother," she said, her voice echoing with power, "I wasn't meant to wake the Drake. I was sent to renew its strength." The runes on her skin blazed like the northern lights themselves, and in that moment, Gandalf understood. The Valar had foreseen this moment, had known that the Drake's power would eventually begin to fade. Arya was their answer, a vessel of pure magic, born to renew the ancient spell that kept the winter force at bay. With Gandalf's guidance, Arya began an enchantment in a language older than Middle-earth itself. The runes lifted from her skin like dancing lights, swirling around the frozen Drake in patterns of incredible complexity. Each rune found its place in the ice, strengthening the ancient barriers, reinforcing the Drake's endless vigil. The Aurora hunters watched in wonder as warmth began to return to the air, and the eternal winter that had been creeping across the land began to recede. Their leader, seeing at last the truth of her daughter's purpose, laid down her weapons and knelt in the snow. Gandalf stood witness as Arya completed her task, the last of her runes merging with the ice. The child remained, but the markings that had made her a target were gone, their power transferred to where it was truly needed. The Ice Drake would continue its sleep, its power renewed for another age of the world. In the years that followed, Gandalf would often return to the northern wastes to visit Arya and her people, who had become the true guardians of the Ice Drake's rest. The Aurora hunters transformed their order, dedicating themselves to protecting the secret of the great glacier and the noble creature that slumbered within. And on clear nights, when the northern lights danced across the sky, those who knew the truth could see patterns in their shifting colors, ancient runes of power, still telling the story of a child who helped save the world not by awakening its ancient powers, but by ensuring they remained at peace. The last time Gandalf visited the glacier, he found Arya teaching a new generation of children about the true meaning of power and sacrifice. As he watched her draw glowing runes in the air to illustrate her tales, he smiled, knowing that some of the greatest magic in Middle-earth lay not in awakening ancient forces, but in preserving the delicate balance that kept the world turning. Story 10. The singing dunes of Hard whispered ancient secrets to those who knew how to listen. Gandalf the White stood atop a golden ridge, his staff casting long shadows in the light of 3 moons, while the desert winds carried whispers of a power stirring beneath the sands. His weathered hands held a discovery that made even his ancient heart quicken, a ring of pale silver, adorned with runes that seemed to shift like water in the moonlight. The ring had called to him in dreams, leading him to this remote corner of Middle-earth, where the stars burned brighter and the veil between worlds grew thin. As he slipped it onto his finger, the air shimmered, and the voices of the dead kings of Middle-earth filled his mind like a chorus of memories. Mithrandir, they whispered in unison, using his name of old. The time of convergence approaches. Through their ethereal voices, Gandalf learned of the Weavers of Fate renegade Astari who had hidden themselves away in the shadows of history. For millennia, they had worked in secret, weaving spells into the very fabric of Middle-earth, preparing for a ritual that would shatter the barriers between Arda and Valinor. Their leader was Morinhutter, an Astari who had journeyed far into the east and fallen under the sway of powers older than the first dawn. The dead kings showed him visions of a great tower rising from the heart of the Hard desert, built of black stone that drank the light. Within its walls, the weavers gathered, their preparations nearly complete. They believed that reuniting the realms would restore the world to its original glory, but the kings warned of chaos and devastation should the natural order be disrupted so violently. Gandalf knew he could not face this threat alone. With the guidance of the spirits, he sought out allies in unlikely places. In the port city of Umbar, he found Adira, a corsair captain whose ships could navigate the treacherous Ghost Sea. In the deep caves beneath the Mountains of Shadow, he recruited Moria the dwarf smith, whose ancestors had forged weapons capable of cutting through magical barriers. Most crucial was Alara, a young seeress from the borderlands whose dreams had been haunted by visions of worlds colliding. The spirits of the kings recognized in her a power that echoed their own, the ability to walk between worlds, if only for moments. As their small company journeyed across the desert, the boundaries between realms grew increasingly unstable. They witnessed ghostly cities appearing in the distance, only to fade like mirages. Ancient beings long banished from Middle-earth began slipping through cracks in reality. The very air thrummed with the tension of worlds straining to remain apart. In the night, Gandalf communed with the spirits of kings long dead. They revealed to him that the Weaver's ritual was not entirely misguided. The separation of worlds had come at a great cost, leaving both realms diminished. Yet a sudden reunification would be catastrophic, unleashing forces that neither world was prepared to contain. When they finally reached the Obsidian Tower, they found it surrounded by a shimmering barrier that bent light like water. The Weavers had already begun their ritual, and the air itself seemed to crack and splinter with ethereal energy. Through these cracks, Gandalf caught glimpses of Valinor, the immortal lands he had left so long ago. Inside the tower, they confronted Morinhutter and his followers. The renegade Astari had grown powerful beyond measure, drawing strength from the weakening barriers between worlds. But he had not counted on the combined might of Gandalf's unlikely alliance. While Adira's corsairs engaged the Weaver's guards, Moria's enchanted weapons disrupted their magical defenses. Alara's ability to step between worlds, however briefly, allowed her to outmaneuver their most powerful spells. The final confrontation took place in a chamber at the tower's peak, where a great spell circle pulsed with otherworldly light. As Gandalf faced Morinhutter, the ring of kings grew warm on his finger, and the voices of the dead spoke in unison with his own. They showed him a truth he had not expected. The worlds were not meant to remain forever separate. but neither were they meant to be rejoined by force. In that moment of clarity, Gandalf understood his true purpose. Using the ring's power, he began a different kind of spell, not to destroy the Weaver's work entirely, but to reshape it. The barriers between worlds would remain, but they would become more permeable, allowing for a gradual, natural convergence over centuries rather than a catastrophic collision. Morinhutter, seeing his life's work being transformed, tried to stop him, but the combined power of the living and the dead proved too strong. The renegade Astari's form dissolved like smoke in the wind, becoming one with the very barriers he had sought to destroy. As Gandalf completed his spell, the obsidian tower began to crumble. His companions fled, but he remained until the last moment, ensuring the new pattern was set. When he finally emerged from the falling tower, the desert had changed. The air was different, clearer somehow, yet filled with echoes of something vast and ancient. The spirits of the kings spoke to him one final time through the ring. The path is set, Mithrandir. The worlds will find their way back to each other, not through force, but through time and wisdom. In the years that followed, people spoke of strange and wonderful changes in Middle-earth. Travelers told tales of places where the light fell differently, where songs carried echoes of immortal lands, and where the barriers between worlds had grown thin enough to glimpse what lay beyond. But these changes came slowly, naturally, like the gradual turning of seasons. Gandalf often returned to the singing dunes of Harad, where the Ring of Kings grew quiet, but never truly silent. He watched as the world gradually transformed, not through the ambitions of a few, but through the subtle interweaving of countless lives and stories. The ring remained as a reminder that some barriers were meant to be respected, even as they slowly dissolved, and that the greatest changes often came not from forcing the world to bend to one's will, but from helping it find its natural path forward. And in the whispers of the desert winds, those who knew how to listen could still hear echoes of that ancient story of a wizard who chose to guide rather than force, to transform rather than destroy, and to trust in the slow but inexorable wisdom of time.